Okay. All right. Hiya. Okay. I just had to update my length real quick. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. I was trying to test out my new mic, and apparently the whole thing decided to freeze. So I think what I'm going to have to do is either replace my laptop or order a much longer cord that will go all the way to my PC, because the cord that I use is probably about 3 or 4 feet too short. Hey, Beth. Okay, so now I'm plugged in. I'm almost fully charged. And my video is actually working. I just never have any luck. I don't know what the heck happened. But I didn't want to sit and play with it. I refreshed the page like 100 times, and it was a lot more effort than I was wanting to put forth. So I'm starting with the handle. And it almost feels like I haven't done this in a while because I've been using webbing lately. So I didn't want to use webbing with glitter vinyl. So I got to make a handle. And I am doing this for a strike that was actually due today, I believe. But I've been dealing with lots of fun stuff with my kid, and post office decided to sit on my strike fabric for 2 days instead of delivering it. So I'm behind. Yay! I have this one, and I have a, which one is that? A Bonnie bucket bag in the same fabric that's cut out that I'm going to sew later tonight. And then I have one other strike fabric to do. And then I have to do, I'm jumping in on the next marathon. So I have a Lauren to design and film. And then I'm going back to my pattern. I wanted to use my latest pattern for the second strike, so I might be doing that. Oh, God. Post office sucks no matter what country you're in. People used to always say how reliable the post office is. It's really not. I mean, honestly, I don't even ship my client orders through USPS unless I can help it. You know, if I can, most of the time I will ship UPS. UPS has not done me wrong so far. I know a lot of other people have really bad luck with them. Luckily, I don't, or at least I haven't so far. Knock on all the wood. But UPS or USPS just really likes to dick around with my stuff. From delivering to the wrong address and then having the postmaster go track it down and then hand deliver it to me, to holding packages for unknown reasons for random amounts of time. They like to damage my packages every time I place an order somewhere. I always, if they don't have UPS, I try to request that if they have the option, I will pay more just to ship it through UPS. And oftentimes they don't do that, so I have to suck it up and sit here and wonder whether or not my package is going to arrive half torn open or stomped on. Pain in the butt. But UPS does pretty well. We have the daytime driver has been the same guy since 2019, since I've been living here. And he's a sweet guy. You know, he's the type that likes to chat. He'd catch me coming out of the garage while he's making a delivery, and he'd comment on how many packages that I'm ordering, and I'd tell him, oh, well, it's for my business. And, you know, he'd ask, what do you do? And tell him bag making, and he'd start talking about his wife's hobbies, and he's a sweet guy. So he usually takes really good care with our packages. And, you know, aside from any ding-ups that happen in transit, he doesn't do anything to the packages. However, we do have one guy who delivers here in the evenings part-time who likes to smoke in his truck. So my house is a smoke-free house. So that's always lovely when I go and grab a few packages and bring them down to my studio, let them sit for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden it smells like an ashtray down here. So I'm always happy when my packages arrive before 4 p.m. because then that just means that it's going to be nice and clean and very well taken care of. That guy, you can tell, has pride in his job, and he's been doing it for a long time. I would love to, like, put a Keurig outside my front door with some cups and some different K-cups, so that when he comes by, he can, you know, make himself a nice warm drink on these cold days. The only problem is that with it being sub-zero temperatures around here, mechanics tend to fail outside, so I don't want to chance it. So what are you doing this evening? Are we all sewing? Are we all just lounging, surfing YouTube? Beth, I'm guessing you're filming while you watch with your gazillion tutorials. And oh, I wish I could work as much as you do on all this stuff. I have the attention span of a goldfish. Ooh, can't wait to see. Picking a pattern. Yeah, I go back and forth a lot trying to decide. And sometimes I think that if I know what the fabric's going to be, I start with the hardware. Do I have hardware that specifically matches that bag? Like if it's a cherry print, do I have any cherry zipper pulls? And then if I do, I'll plan out the hardware, and then I can decide if, you know, the Ethel would be an ideal bag, or whatever the other options are. I always start by planning out the hardware first. This is so shiny. Oh, I'm in love with these glitters. Lauren has some amazing options. And I don't normally like gold, but I might have to get a couple more of these because this is so pretty. Oh no. Well, the greedy doesn't really take that long. It's probably the same amount of time as a good zipper pouch. But yeah, this is due today too. And because of that, I was up all night furiously cutting 2 of the 3 bags out. I was only going to do 2 bags, but I wanted to try and use up as much of the fabric as possible because I'm not one of those smart people who says, oh, I've got all this fabric, I'm going to use up every square inch of it because. No, I'm the kind of person that says, I'm going to cut out exactly what I need, and then I'm going to save it for later just in case I decide to make something else. And then I end up with a gazillion partial cuts. And I only go back to them every once in a while. Bad habit. So I decided I'd try and use up as much of it as I could this time around. This is a really cute print too. I like it. And I chose the Ethel because when I pull out the fabric pieces, you'll see the print has a vintagey vibe to it. And Ethel is one of my favorite vintage inspired styles to sew. So that was that one was decided pretty quickly. However, since it is such a basic bag, I've been trying to think of ways to change it up to make it slightly more epic than it is. So I'm going to be using strap anchors instead of sewing the handles into the top. Oh, see, if you can use 2 prints on one bag, that's even better. But the prints that I have, I don't think would match very well. I mean, skulls would look good with this one, but not the way that the other fabric is. Another challenge for me is that these are actually cotton, and since like 98% of what I sew is vinyl, that's always something that I have to readjust to, so I had to thicken it up quite a bit. But I didn't want to use foam, which is what it normally calls for. Now, I did not pick out a thread color. Let me show you what I'm working with here. So this is what I got going on. I'm debating if I should just do black, or if I should pull out a red. I didn't go with the red glitter because I thought it took over too much. Let me see here. All right, so I've got this is apple cinnamon red from Saya Swag. And it looks like it would match the roses in her hair. And then I've got two different shades of Amon that are pretty close together, but one's a little bit more. Yeah, this one matches the bottoms and the cherries. We'll go with that one. Now let me see how that looks up against the gold, because if it doesn't look good on the gold, I'm just going to go with black. All right, what do you guys think? Red? Okay. Yeah, we'll go with the red. Oh, it's still warm in here, so I'm going to take off my cardigan, because it's just, I don't get it. It's like 7 degrees outside, but it feels like a sauna in here. And I've got the thermostat set to 72. Okay, so let me get this plugged in place. And I think I should already have some bobbins. Really, you think the black looks better? I think I'm going to try the red on this one. And then if I don't like it in the end, I'll go with black on the other one, because it's literally the exact same color palette. Now, let's see, where's my bobbins? Oh, I do not have any rolled. Yeah, I get to wind bobbins. I think 2 should suffice. This isn't a very complex bag. Oh, there's thread everywhere. I need to empty my thread stand. All right. All right, here we go. Sorry if it's loud. I have no idea what this sounds like on camera because I've never. No, I've wound bobbins on here once, but I was going to I was actually gonna do it on a TikTok and then I changed my mind. I'll just plop that on the machine. Yeah, I hate math. That's one of the things that slows me down when I do my patterns. Because, you know, that gif where it's like the lady's face and she just looks puzzled and then you just see all these math equations buzzing around her head. That's me every single time. I have to try and reconfigure because I basically just draw. Okay, this bag is going to be 13 by 13. It's going to have a 3/8 inch seam allowance. So I just need to trim this down to match and everything works. And then I decide to add a curve or some kind of a weird angle. And then I have to remath and I don't remath very well. Basic math, I'm good. Remath, not so much. And I am glad it is not too loud. I know that walking foot machines are so much louder on these lives, but I think that's just because of the amount of metal going on over by the foot. But if the foot is lifted, it shouldn't be so loud. It's probably just because walking foot machines have more mechanisms than a standard. Although I am jealous of the M-class bobbins. If I could, I would take all the bobbins from my cylinder and use them in this machine, but they don't fit. It's one of the reasons why I really want a 1541. Hoping I can gift one to myself for my birthday this year. All right. Now this one, I just need a decorative stitch down the center for now, because I am, the Ethel does not come with a, the option for crossbody. And so I wanted to make an anchor to see once I've got the gusset together, if that's something that I want to do. Slipping and sliding. Need some magnets. And some oil. Yeah, now I'm jealous. I know that when I use my 1341, I am actually really loving the compound feed, but I don't like the height of the machine. Let me do this one too. One thing that I do not love about glitter, even with the Teflon foot, it still sticks sometimes, especially when not using a compound walking foot. Unfortunately, my 1341 has another boo-boo. Damn timing went out on it again. But I think that it may have something to do with the fact that when I fixed the timing last time, I don't think I shoved the needle far enough into the chamber. So it was, when I realigned the needle, it was misaligned because the needle was hanging down too far. So the last time I went to go sew with it, I thought, well, I have not changed the needle on this machine in probably about 8 or 9 months. So I changed the needle and the timing was completely off. Like completely. Instead of before it was stitch, 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 skip, stitch, 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 skip. Randomly, it was going skip, 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 stitch, skip, 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 stitch. So I was like, wow, that's a big difference. So I definitely have to redo it, but I can't be bothered with it right now. Alright, let me swap my foot. That is one thing I love about this machine, is that I can swap my feet very, very quickly. I hate changing the feet on the 1341. Pain in the tuchus. Yeah, I can't handle anything that says centimeters on it. I have a it was actually from before I started sewing. I like Monster High and I collect them. But long before I started sewing, my daughter was obsessed with Monster High. And so one year she wanted a Monster High themed birthday party. And one of the items that was in the kids' goodie bags was hi Wendy, was a Monster High ruler, this little black ruler, you know, like those ones that elementary kids use in school. And I kept one. And so now to this day, the only thing in my entire, the only thing in my entire sewing room that shows centimeters is that Monster High ruler. So if I end up having a pattern, like the people that do only YouTube videos, they don't do like printable PDFs or anything. They give you all the measurements in their video, and it's like music and background sounds. They always measure in centimeters. So if I, on the rare occasion, decide to follow along with one of those, I run grab my Monster High ruler. And I don't know why my stitching looks like crap on the back of this right now. I think it's just way too sticky for my foot. I definitely need to fix the timing on my cylinder arm because the inconsistency of this machine, this is a beast. Okay, I can do up to 14 or 16, I think it was 14 layers of vinyl on this thing with no problem. But if I get any kind of a sticky vinyl under there, it shrinks my stitches because it pulls too damn hard. But Melissa, what do you think of that now with the red on the gold? Does that look a little bit better? I think I like it so far. All right, so I'm going to set these aside. And I'm over here letting my coffee go cold. Slurp, slurp. Okay. Get rid of these. Okay, cool. We'll see how it looks in the end. And if it still looks really good, I will do the red on the other one. And if it doesn't, then I'll do black. All right, so for this one, it normally calls for doing a lining and an exterior for the exterior pocket, but I don't like it when you stick your hand in an exterior pocket and you feel the exterior fabric and the lining fabric. So I decided to just do the cotton on both sides for the exterior so it'll match. And I'm also going to be adding a trim piece to this because with the size of the fabric cut, I was unable to cut everything so that it properly aligned. So in order to off-put the offset, you add a divider. Oh wait, you know what? I forgot that Swoon patterns always have that 1/2 inch seam allowance. Oh well. I'm so used to doing everything in 3/8 now. I'll just do the pockets with a 3/8. Yep, I'm working on the Ethel by Swoon, which is an oldie but a goodie. I really, I'm mostly known for my darker, my spooky Halloween goth style bags, but I also love vintage designs just as much. And so when I got this fabric, I knew that I wanted to do a more vintage style print, or not print, pattern. And where the heck are, oh, there they are. And I haven't done an Ethel in a while. The last one I did was, I want to say it was Golden Girls for a custom. But it's also one of the first patterns I ever learned how to do. And sometimes I like to go back to the basics and just kind of see how I do things now as opposed to how I did things then. So, and I have greatly improved compared to back then. I'm sure we all have. It's crazy though to be able to compare. Yep, I love the Golden Girls. Betty White was my hero. That woman was insane. I love her. I wish she would have lasted to all the way up to 100. But when she passed, I did a tribute bag. It was this, it was an Ethel. It was white with Betty print on it. And I believe I actually have a sewing video of it on my TikTok, which I have not, I haven't posted anything on my TikTok since word first started spreading that we were going to be losing TikTok. So I haven't posted on it in like a year. I was tempted to start posting on there again, but I think I should probably learn how to do reels. All of the editing kind of freaks me out. I just barely started getting used to TikTok's editing when they announced that it was going to be going away, but at this point, I feel like I'm almost getting too old to learn all this new crap, so I'll just be stuck in my ways. The only thing I do not love about this machine is that it does not love cotton. Now, you ask anybody that wants to talk about industrial machines, and they will tell you that the 8700H does not sew thin fabrics. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. It will sew thin fabrics just fine, but it depends on the type of fabric. So if I'm sewing 1 or 2 layers of waterproof canvas, which is relatively thin, it works just fine. I can even use PU waterproof canvas, which is even thinner than standard waterproof canvas, and no issues. So when it comes to something like cotton, right here, as you can see, I'm not doing 1 layer, I'm doing 4 layers. This is cotton, cotton, and then this is the, I can't remember what it's called. It's the Wawak version of SF 101. So it's canvasy, but because cotton is so smooth, it's not gripping the same way that it should. Actually, I need to stop because I think I'm going to do a divider on this pocket. Do I want to do a divider? If I do a divider, I won't be able to add my magnet down below. Let me lay this out and see here. So I could do my magnet down below, like right there, and keep it as 1 whole open pocket. Well, I guess my husband's home because his alarm's going off. Or I can do the center divider that's in the pattern and put my tag up here. The only thing is, because this is a seamless pattern, you've got all of the repetitiveness with no breaking up. If I put it down here, it looks better because you can break it up. Let me grab. See, I'm also going to have the trim on here. Let me add the trim first because then it'll make it a little bit easier to see. I have the Juki 8700H, which is the heavy duty version of the 8700. The 8700 can handle cottons and a lot of lighter fabrics, whereas this one usually can't, depending on what it is. And if you want comparison with other industrials, the 8700H is comparable with the 1541. They're both very beefy, very beastly machines that can handle really, really thick vinyl, leather, cork, tons of layers, no issue. The 8700 is more comparable with the 1181, which will still handle things like vinyl and cotton, but not as well as the 1541 or the 8700H. And then you've got the 5550, which is essentially an earlier clone, well, not really a clone, but like an earlier version of the 8700. It's essentially the same machine. And then you've got the 1341, which is the cylinder arm version of the 1541. And for me, I think the benefit of having a 1341 or a 1541 as opposed to an 1181 is because the 1181 just has a standard walking foot, whereas the 1341 and the 1541 both have compound walking feet, which means that the feed dogs, the needle, and your foot all pull the fabric through the machine And when you are not using a compound, you've only got the feed dogs and the foot moving your fabric. So any walking foot machine is going to move fabric through a lot better than a machine like this. But I like this one. I do. One of the things that really pulls me towards wanting the 1541, even though that machine can handle everything this one can, is the fact that it does have the compound walking foot and the fact that it's got the M bobbins. Because the bobbins are just massive. I wonder if the M stands for massive. Probably doesn't, but still. Whereas these are size 15, I want to say. So while I love this machine and I have zero regrets buying it, I would like to have a 1541 on hand for those other moments where I could use it, like when doing things like glittery straps. Yes, I definitely love this machine. And I would never get rid of it. My 1341, however, is, and everybody's going to have a different opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is just my personal experience. I have a Thor 1341, which is a clone to the Juki 1341. And it's been problematic literally since day one. Since the moment I first tried to sew on that machine, it choked up, the thread got caught, and it took me, I kid you not, 3 hours just to get it unstuck. And then I didn't even get all of the thread out, and I ended up getting it out like a few weeks later after oiling the hell out of it in there. And I thought it was working, and I tried to use it, and then it started skipping stitches. And then I contacted Sunny Sewing for assistance, and I didn't really get a solution from them. So it kind of became me against the machine, and in my spare time researching how to fix my own machine, because I'm not sending it all the way back to Texas for them to take a look at it and fix it. And I don't have any industrial dealers or service shops in my area, so I'm kind of SOL. But at the same time, I'm the kind of person who's very self-sufficient when it comes to things in my studio. And one of those things is learning how to do industrial maintenance myself. So instead of constantly contacting Sunnies or asking other people for help, I will do everything I can myself. And then when I can no longer deal with it, you know, I'll raise my hand and ask for a little bit of help. But most everything that I know about industrial machines, I've learned from Steve from Sewing Gold, and trial and error. And every once in a while, I might pick up a tip or trick or two from another sewist, but I try not to put too much stock into the opinions that other people have, because some of the people who do, I'm no pro, obviously, I don't know everything, but some of the people who give advice I've found are people who basically have just heard it through the grapevine, or they've read about it, but they don't even own an industrial machine. And I'm sorry, but if you don't have your license and you don't know how to drive, I'm not going to take driving advice from you. So, you know, you take the advice and you either follow it or you don't. And I tend to not, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. But I've spent a lot of time researching the machines that I want versus the machines that I have. So I know exactly what I want now, and nobody can ever convince me otherwise. My dream is a 1541, and one day I shall have it. Steve, yes. Look up the Sewing Gold YouTube channel. And what's so amazing about Steve, he's actually the one that I bought this Juki from. He has, like, he's got a video for every single machine that he sells. And he has videos specifically for issues that his customers have had. Like, say, for instance, you call him up and you say, hey, Steve, my machine is doing this. Can you tell me how to fix it? He will go and personally make you a new video showing you how to fix your machine. And then he leaves it up there for other people to see. So he's got an accumulation of helper videos that he's done for his customers. And because of those videos, I was able to learn so much more about industrial machines. It's so, so helpful. And so any industrial machines I buy in the future, I'm even considering getting a Juki TL series. I don't know which one. I haven't looked into them yet, but if I do, it'll be coming from him. He knows what he's talking about, and he's actually, he now has his son working the business with him. So it's a long-time family-run business out of Chicago. And, yeah, I absolutely love working with Steve. I wish I lived near him because I'd be over there all the time. And I even heard through the grapevine that they may be selling their own branded machines, which I think would be pretty damn awesome. I would trade in my 1341 for something that Steve's created if he's got a 1341 clone. So there we go. I'm debating if I want to do a second row of stitching. You think that sticks out too much? Maybe not. That looks okay. I think that works. So then I'm going to install my tag. Yeah, absolutely. I know that there's a lot of people who've purchased from Amazon because they can get them for really affordable prices, and you know, you got that Amazon guarantee and the shipping and all that stuff, but you don't have a shop that's going to back it up. You have problems, you're screwed. And then there's people who will basically just buy from those shops that just get a bunch of stock in and then just throw it all out to sell. And they don't know anything about the machines. They're just sell. Don't buy from them either. You should always buy from a reputable breeder. Oh my God. Seller. I actually have dogs on the brain right now because we're thinking about getting another Pomeranian. It's been almost a year since my pup passed, so I definitely have dogs on the brain. But if you get from a breeder, do a reputable breeder as well. I am just giving this thing a little cleaning. Oh, here's a little tip. If you've got plates and stuff that don't clean very well, I use acetone to remove all of the sticky guck, because for some reason, some of my tags came with plastic on them, and only the silver ones seem to retain the tacky stuff. So I'll clean it with some acetone, which is just, you know, nail polish remover. And then I'll clean it off with some isopropyl alcohol. So I keep both of those on hand next to my machine at all times. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on what machine you're looking for. An 8700 you can get for about $700 or $800 from a good seller. I believe the 8700H goes for anywhere from $800 to $900. I believe mine was around $850 when I bought it from Steve. I think they're still $850. And one of the things I love about Steve's is that he does flat rate shipping. He charges $150 for shipping. And some people may not think this is a good thing, but I absolutely loved it. It helped me learn a lot about my machine. He sends them in a way that he refers to as knocked down, which means that your machine is going to come in multiple boxes. You have to build the stand yourself, which means you get to learn how your motor is assembled onto the stand and how it connects to the foot pedal, how to adjust the foot pedal, how to adjust the height of your table. You can adjust if you want your pedal to be in the front of the machine or towards the back if you've got longer legs. And then you have to install the machine head yourself. So you also learn how to install the oil pan and how to fill the oil, how to change or add your belt, how to install any of the add-ons that you've got. Like I've got a needle positioning system, so I installed that myself. If you purchase from someone like Sunny Sewing, everything is going to come pre-assembled. So you just basically sit and sew. But I loved having everything knocked down because it did teach me a lot about my machine. And if I didn't do that, I would not know how to do a lot of the stuff that I do. And then as you go into the more popular and more beastly machines, it also depends on the brand. If you're buying Juki, you're definitely paying for the name, but it's also, where's my, there it is. It's also, it's like buying a Honda, you know, it's built to last. And when you get something like a 1341 is not the most expensive Juki, but it's the most expensive that I was looking at for my needs. And that's coming in through Steve at a whopping $5,000. He sells the 1541S for, I believe it's 2,000. It's like 2,200, I think. And then you have the option of adding on a bunch of stuff. So yeah, the more you put into it and the more beastly of a machine you get, the more expensive it's going to be. I think that the pricing that they have at both Sewing Gold as well as Sunny Sewing is actually pretty good. Even at Juki Junkies, they've got pretty good pricing too. If something is priced under what one of those three shops sell, then chances are you are not going to get a really good machine. Where is my pen? I mean, you might get a functional machine, but there's probably not going to be anybody to back you on it. And if you're paying more than what those three shops charge, you're overpaying. Let me grab a pen from my table here. I need to go. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. It's got a different color cap. Ugh. So yeah, if you look at those 3 sites, they are, in my opinion, properly priced. But then at the same time, you can also save a few bucks, but still get a decent machine by looking up clones. A lot of clones, you can save a few $100, and you essentially get the same machine. You're just not paying for the Juki name. But Juki has been long-standing one of the top brands for industrial sewing machines, which is why they're so popular. You stole my pen. Shame on you. Yeah, I definitely, whenever anybody asks, I always recommend going to Steve because he is so personable, and it is, you know, the business, it's his family, and his family's been doing it for a very long time. He's easy to talk to. He's very honest, extremely helpful. He's got on-site staff that help him with his videos sometimes that are extremely knowledgeable. And he carries a lot. I do, however, wish he would update his website more, because he doesn't do that as often as he should. I ended up buying my hump jumper foot through him directly. I had to call him and ask about it because he hasn't put it on site. And if you have not seen the hump jumper foot, let me show you here. It's this crazy freak here. So you got moving parts all over it, and it makes sewing over thickness so easy. So easy. I bought mine from Sewing Gold. Let me see. Since I can't use my camera, let me see if I can pull it up here. My laptop is running really slow. I wonder if that's why I was having the connectivity issues. All right, let's see here. The accessories, presser feet. Can I sort by new, latest? Yep, they have it listed now. It is, as far as I know, only compatible with the 8700H. It is an 87 or an 8700. It is an 8700 specific machine foot. So you can use it on the 8700, the 8700H, and probably the 550, 5550, whichever machine that one is. And he's got it retailing for $20. There are a few other shops that I've seen carry it, but they're all charging like $50 for it. And I can, let me actually pull it up on my tablet here. There you go. My whole machine I refer to as a tank. Well, as a beast, usually, because this thing is a beast. Just for giggles, I was on once and I accidentally ended up rolling 14 layers of vinyl when I was showing how to use the hump jumper foot. And I didn't realize I had rolled the 14 layers. But after I showed what it was like to go over it with a regular foot, I then went and showed how it goes with the hump jumper foot. And then after I did that, I counted the layers and realized it was at 14 layers. But it went through like butter. So I'm wondering, I haven't checked it yet, but with the hump jumper foot, I might be able to go through more layers. And with a machine like this, you're only limited to how much you can fit underneath your foot. All right. Yep, I definitely like having the tag down there a lot better. And as you can see, having the trim breaks up that print a little bit better, so it's less obvious that it's not seamlessly matched. You are welcome. Why does that sound? Oh, because I did straps. I was going to say, why does it already sound like my bobbin's running out? I'm paying attention. I was going to do piping, but I always have problems doing piping when I'm using glitter vinyl in more than one spot. So I'm going to skip it this time around. So there's that pocket, and it's going to be a little bit less stiff once it's actually stitched in. They're called Pro Shear. They're actually pretty heavy duty. I've got, these are the 10 inchers, and then I've also got 8 inchers. Definitely my favorite scissors. These ones I try to retain just for fabric, and these ones I use for pretty much everything else. Although sometimes, since the 10 inches tend to be more within reach, I'll use them to like cut tape. And those came from Amazon. And let me actually link. Whoops, I don't want to open the Play Store. I want to open a browser. So I don't know if everybody knows here or not, but on my, what are you doing? On my website, I have a page called Tools of the Trade, where I've got all of my favorite stuff on there, including links to everything. And the scissors are on there. All right. Let's see. I'm not going to do the lining just yet. So let's do... Oh, I forgot to attach the bag bottom. The stabilizer. Well, I guess now you get to see how I do that. So I used to use spray glue for everything, but the spray glue that I use is super tacky. It's this Craft Bond by Elmer's. I love the glue. It works great as a basting spray, but it gets on everything. So I've slowly been retraining myself to use my Fabri-Tac, which is not so bad. All right, so I'm gonna move that, and I'm gonna redraw my seam allowance. I find that drawing your seam allowance on anything that uses stabilizer is highly beneficial. I used to just wing it, and then when I would be stitching, I'd end up sewing right into my stabilizer because it was off by like 1/8 of an inch. And I don't like that. So another thing that I do is I will take whatever size the stabilizer is supposed to be, and I will cut 1/8 of an inch off of each edge so that it fits nicely inside, because your seam allowance is what you sew on. So if you keep it completely out of your seam allowance, it makes it easier instead of having it right on the seam allowance. I also have taken to doing this in every single bag. I use Decoville Heavy and Peltex, and that gives a nice solid bottom. And it's not really hard to turn either, as long as your bag isn't really small. But I used to only draw seam allowances on like spots where I would top stitch. Now I do it everywhere. All right, so I get a nice generous amount of the glue. And then I use a spatula to spread it around. I don't typically go all the way to the edge because spillage is very real. So just spread it out pretty even. Set that aside. And then I know that my piece is 1/8 of an inch shorter on each side, so I just drop it 1/8 of an inch inside of the seam allowance. Ta-da! So I can literally stitch right up on the seam allowance, and I'm not going to have to worry about sewing on the stabilizer. So I will let that dry for just a moment. Let me see here. While that's drying, I'm going to stitch the top of this lining pocket real quick. Yeah, definitely do. It's actually something that I recommend in my patterns now. I've got a section where the parts list is, and I'll say, I'll put Decoville Heavy and Peltex, and then I'll put optional next to it. And then in other spots, I'll like explain why I do that. I've tried doing 2 layers of Decoville. I've tried doing 2 layers of Peltex. I've tried doing Decoville Heavy with an SF101 overlapping it so that it helps attach it more firmly to the vinyl. I've tried using cardboard. I've tried using plastic cutting mats. I've tried using like some of the thicker foams attached to different stabilizers, and the only thing that I've found that I really, really like is a layer of Peltex on Decoville Heavy. Alternatively, I will also add a layer of foam, but I will do it on the lining. And the reason why I put the foam on the lining part of the bottom is because it will help, especially if you're doing a drop-in or even a turnout style bag. Putting your foam on the lining part of the bottom will help hold the bottom of your bag open, so you don't get any of those corners that are trying to tuck into themselves. So about the only adjustment that you need to make once you've got foam in the bottom is maybe to the height so that it doesn't drop in and droop. I wouldn't say it's necessarily hard on the needle, because if you've got the right needle, you can sew through anything. The issue is when you stitch through the stabilizer, if it's right up on your seam allowance, when you go to turn your bag out, you're going to be able to see the stabilizer, and it's not going to fold nice and crisply the way it should. It will also run more of a risk of tearing your fabric, because your stitch length should be going according to your thickness. So if you've got teeny tiny top stitches going, or teeny tiny construction stitches, and then you've got that stabilizer as an added layer, it's going to have more tension on your thread, which means it's got a better chance of ripping through your fabric. So at least on the exterior, you want to try and keep as much of this stabilizer out of the seam allowance as possible to maintain the stability of your stitches in the exterior material itself, if that makes sense. All right, I'm gonna get this thing top stitched, and then I'll go back to the side and bottom panels because that glue should be pretty set right now. You are welcome. I have many times sewn the stabilizer, and that is always the result. It never fails. No matter how nice the bag is, eventually those stitches are going to come through. And if you sell your bags, it's kind of disheartening to have somebody say, you know, hey, I bought this bag from you a month ago and now the bottom's ripped out. And you find out it's because you had inadequate stitch length for the thickness of the material, causing it to rip through. I've seen many people posting about that. You know, why did my stitches rip through my vinyl? And it all comes down to having the proper stitch length with the thickness of the material itself. I can admit I used to sew, my construction stitches were always around a 3 millimeter, and I had a lot of that pulling through on the exterior, and I did not like it. And I'm still to this day trying to train myself to use a much wider construction stitch. I know a lot of people use a 4 millimeter or a 4.5. I can't bring myself to go that wide yet, but I have been slowly creeping up to a 4. So instead of doing a 2.5 or a 3 like I used to, I am now using a 3.5 or a 4. All right, and I'm going to leave this for installation because I am going to split this pocket. Yeah, see, that's pretty common, what I'm hearing. A 4.5, 4 or a 4.5. I just can't get there yet. I've got a lot of paranoia that it's not going to hold together and that it's going to pull and you're going to see the stitches. But again, over the years, all that trial and error, if your stitch length is too small, you're going to get rips. If it's too wide, you're going to get stretched seams. So it seems like most people's happy medium is the 4 to 4.5. As for top stitching, I love a good wide top stitch. Probably the only thing I do not like about this machine, well, aside from the bobbin being so small, is the fact that it only goes up to 5 millimeter. I'm gonna switch. Oh, and speaking of 5 millimeter, I accidentally had my top stitch on here instead of construction stitch. But I need to switch to my zipper foot. But yeah, I love a good wide top stitch, which is one of the benefits of having like a 1541 or 1341, because those machines go up to 9mm. And I think my ideal top stitch is about a 6. I think a 6 looks sexy. So on the rare occasions that my cylinder arm actually works, I like using that one to top stitch. Mostly on straps and occasionally on the tops of bags. Yep, I do too. If I'm folding my seam allowance to one side, I will do a double row. If I'm butterflying though, you want that butterfly to be nice and tight. You know, we want one row. Why are you catching? The machine's being temperamental. This is what I get for not sewing so much. The pattern that I've been working on, I haven't gotten to sew the second prototype yet because I've been working on the instructions, because the way that I do my bags, I will cut out the pattern pieces, film myself making it, reference the video to write the instructions, and then also the second prototype using those new instructions to make sure that they are cohesive with what I'm doing at my table. And I am almost done writing the instructions. All right, now this is going to be I'm going to pull this towards the, was it the gusset or was it the bottom? I think it was the bottom, right? I think it's the bottom. I might, I was thinking about putting out a call when everything's ready. Because I don't have a very large tester team. I think I've got like 24, but a lot of them do other testing, and some striking. And then a lot of them also have kids and families, and I prioritize family over testing. So anytime I think that, what I do is I'll say, okay, this is ready. Who wants to test? And if I don't get more than, say, 5 takers because people are busy, I'll put out a call. So I know a lot of them have been busy, so I might be putting out a call with this next one. But the next bag is huge. It is the biggest bag that I've ever done. Well, not the biggest bag I've ever made, but it's the biggest pattern I've ever written. Bigger width-wise than the Flatterer, which is a 15-inch circle bag. But this new pattern has a lot of really cool mods in it, like built in, that are optional. All right, so there's the gusset. And I think I'm going to add the anchors before I add the gusset, because since this pattern does not use anchors of any kind, I don't want to forget about them. And since I just saw them in the box, I'm going to go ahead and put them in. Yep, that's who I'm behind with. I had to give a heads up that I'm running behind. All right, let's see here. We'll go with the front first, because then with the pocket I can measure how high up I want to go. Oh, ew, these are covered in oil. I hate it when hardware is covered in oil. I mean, I know it's good because it stops it from rusting, but that's just gross. Like when you get rotary blades and they're covered in oil. Ugh. Hello. Hello, hello. All right. Can't remember where I bought these, because usually it's the small businesses that supply the backing. I know I ordered a bunch of these from AliExpress a while ago, but they didn't come with a backing. Those are so pretty. I don't get to use hardware like this very often. I bought these only for making retro style stuff, which I haven't been doing a lot of lately. So I think these are gonna be gorgeous. Let me see. Where's my mouse? Let me double check how far in the straps get put in. I want to say it's about 2 inches. Whoops, wrong. Oh, I can't access it on this laptop because I disconnected from my computer. Let me check on Dropbox. Oh, cool, I already had it open. Nope, that's the Bonnie. Ethel, where are you? There it is. Now that looks a lot smaller than 2 inches. Let's see here. Oh, okay, that's a 1/2 inch. That's way smaller than I thought. So I'm not gonna do mine that close to the edge, because that's just a bit for hardware. So normally when you stitch these in, you put them in upside down so that when you turn the bag, the handles will go up. and they've got it really, really close to the seam allowance so that it butts right up against the seam. But I think I'm going to go with like that, which is a little more over. I'll go about 1.5 inches and about 1 inch down. Yeah, that looks good. Inch and a half and 1 inch down. I really hope this works, because if it does, I might do this again. Apparently I threw my blade somewhere and I don't know where. Why do I keep losing stuff? Melissa, I'm blaming you. Oh my God, it is nowhere. What the heck? I just used it to install my bag tag. Oh my God. All right, I'm grabbing another one. Oh wait, I wonder if I threw it in the trash. I've done that. Nope, it's not in there. That is going to bother me until it shows up. All right. Now, so I can save on my marks and make sure everything is properly aligned, I am just going to clip these together. And copy my marks over. don't know what they're playing up there. I can hear my husband calling my son a ninja. All right. Found my pliers. You know what? I bet I got these from More Me Know, because these are impeccable quality. Yeah, these are really nice. So that means that these anchors and the glitter vinyl came from More Me Know. Yeah, I think that looks really good. All right, I'm just gonna toss a little bit of glue on the back. Oh, these were a little hard to install. Very strong, very sturdy. All right, and then I'm just gonna add a little bit of freight check in there just because it's always a good idea. Why do you keep getting stuck? Oh my God. Freight check does like a dried piece of it stuck inside the food somehow. There we go. I think I got it. Yay, it works now. A little too well. I put everybody to sleep. Oh, you know what? I see the chat moving on my phone, but I don't see it on my tablet. Let me see here. Hey, look, there's chat. Wow. Okay, so let me go way back here and catch up. Yeah, the last thing I saw was Linda saying hi, and I thought everybody fell asleep. Yes, this is Ethel by Swoon. Hey, Liz, if you're still here. Hello, Kim. Probably already gone, but bye, Wendy. I would love to be laying in bed right now reading a book, but I'm running behind, so I have to work. And I will take rain over snow any day. Okay, so I'm staticky. Has it cleared up at all? Okay, cool. For some reason, let me try restarting YouTube on my tablet because it's just not connecting. And the way that my phone is, I have to practically stand up and arch my neck to be able to see. All right, YouTube, please behave. There we go. All messages. Hopefully that works. Have you been busy, Liz? Is that why you haven't been sewing? You got everything else going on? All right, those fit. I'll just get a little glue. I actually did. I was saying earlier that the quality of them is amazing. So that's got to be where I got them. And I do remember buying some like a year ago, but I never used them because I reserved these for my more retro style bags. And I also bought a bunch from AliExpress, but these come with washers. AliExpress does not supply washers. You have to ask for them. And I know that Lauren does supply washers. Plus how heavy duty these things are. These are excellent quality. So I definitely think these are the ones I got from Lauren. Yeah, I definitely give her a message, or even if you go on to the website during business hours, somebody usually responds to the chat box pretty quickly. I suspect it might be Lauren, because every time I've used it, the person on the other end seemed very familiar with me. So she might have it hooked up to her phone. And I forgot to put on my freight check on that side, so I'm just going to slip some in on this side. Yeah, you haven't been sewing because you've been gaming. Oh, gross. My coffee is cold now. That's what I get for putting it into a mug instead of a thermos like I usually do. All right, let's get this put on here now. This is definitely, I think this is going to kick it up a notch using the anchors instead of stitching them into the seam allowance. I'm definitely going to have to do that more. I'm going to have to find some shops that sell anchors so I can change it up a little bit. Well, I've never played Minecraft, so I can't attest to how fun it is, but I've seen my kids play it, and that doesn't really intrigue me. I'm more into idle games and anything where I can tame or ride creatures. I used to be absolutely obsessed with this game several years ago called 7 Core. And it was the first taming game I ever tried. And I loved it. And then the owners went and sold the company to somebody else. And then after we got everything all transferred over to the new company, they closed it down. And I was like, you suck. And then like a year later, some other company was like, hey, we've decided to revisit this game. Come on back. And I got all excited. My 7 core was back. Started an account, started playing, and then like a year later, they're like, psych, we changed our minds. And it hasn't come back since, which made me sad. But now, every once in a while, I play WoW. When I do play, I'm more into, what is it called? Black Desert Online, which is a medieval game where you ride horses. You can also ride cows, or not cows, camels or elephants. And then, oh my gosh, what is that other one? It's like really, really big. Guild Wars 2. I can never think of the name. But I love that one. I've got a crap ton of mounts in that one. Arc. I own both Survival and Evolved. I haven't played Evolved as, or not Survival and Evolved. What is it? Evolved and, oh. No, it is Survival, isn't it? Either way, I've got both versions of it. I played the first one a lot. But then when the new one came out, since people were basically complaining that it was the same game, just better graphics, and they didn't have all the expansions, I chose not to get it, but then one day it went on sale and I did. So, I don't play it very often. I'm still holding my breath for Arc 2. Because I love a game that has a storyline. And you don't get a storyline in Arc as much as you do in like BDO and Guild Wars. So well, I will say this much. Even though it doesn't have all the expansions, it does play much better. So graphically, I don't really notice a difference, probably because my PC is pretty decent as it is. But it doesn't seem to drag on the memory as much. Why is this not lining up? I did the thing. You're being a jerk. Okay. Well, I gotta switch the foot again. I'm surprised this bobbin is still going. It's gotta be on the last leg now. Oh, gotta remember it's 1/2 inch. It is cute. It's a really good, it's one of those patterns that I would recommend to somebody who's new to sewing, but wants to do a more professional style looking bag, because it's, you know, based on what materials you use, you can make it look really good. The Ethel, I believe, is free, but I don't think it was when I got it. But back when I bought it, the prices were much, much, much lower. I believe I paid like an average of about $5 per pattern. But now a lot of the patterns on there are like $12. Oh, I really don't love this 1/2 inch seam allowance anymore. I should have just gone with a 3/8. Oh, and there goes the bobbin. Here's a little tip if you don't already know. If you have to switch your bobbin mid-stitch, don't trim your top thread. Lift your foot and pull the thread tight again from the top of the machine. Put your bobbin in, go back to right before where you stopped stitching, and keep going. Except I did not pull my thread up, so it's trying to taunt me. Alright, I'm just going to do another row of stitching right next to the first, just to make sure that those stitches stay nice and tight. Oh, I didn't even realize I must have bumped the camera because you can't see what I'm doing. Not that it's a really good angle anyway. I prefer using the overhead. I didn't say where the fabric was from. It's from JJ's Custom Fabrics, and it is a strike that I was supposed to have done today, but with all the craziness going on, I have been behind. And the glitter vinyl is the rose gold from More Me Know, and I love it. Oof, you allergic to yourself? That's what I call it when I've had either my Pomeranian or Cullen climbing all over me. Making me sneeze. Cullen was climbing all over my sewing table right before I started going live, or right before I attempted to. I still don't know what happened with that. And then he basically took off when he realized that I was actually getting ready to do something. And there go my pinking shears. God, that is going to bug me forever until I find what the heck I did with my blade. I don't know where I could have put it. I didn't get up and bring it over to my cutting table. That's crazy. Normally I just put it in the wrong drawer, but I checked all the drawers that I've been opening. Must be all that warm weather trying to kick up some springtime a little early. Would not surprise me. Mother Nature has been crazy this year. I think they got like 12 inches or so in Florida at one point. We haven't even seen 12 inches of snow all winter long, I don't think. Well, not for you. We're supposed to hit 24 tomorrow. I'm excited about it. Because if it's 27, if it hits 24, then that means that we will start melting a little bit. And I can actually drive a couple of cities away because I've been promising my son that we could go bowling at a big alley a couple of towns over. We have a small town bowling alley here, but it's really crappy and it's in the back of a bar. It's not really catered towards kids. And the other place does, they've got like a nice big arcade and they've got a restaurant and it's very family oriented. So he's been looking forward to that. His birthday was just on the 5th. I can't believe my baby's 10 years old now. I felt the same way when my daughter was that age. Kids grow way too fast. Oh, 1/2 inch. I gotta keep reminding myself. I'll never understand why 1/2 inch is used so often. I think all of my patterns use a 3/8 inch seam allowance with the exception of the flatterer. And that's only because it's such a large bag with intentionally thick seams. So you need that extra space to work with. But honestly, I think for most designs, you can get away with a 3/8 or a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I always have to mentally force myself to use a 1/2 inch when I do Swoon patterns. I haven't quite reached the point in my pattern making abilities yet to quite understand whether or not it's a good idea to adjust the seam allowance, because I can't foresee if it's something that's going to require that seam allowance later in the pattern or not. All I know is the way that I write my patterns, it's easier for me to understand. So I just follow whatever is in the pattern, which means that if I'm going to sew a swoon pattern, it's going to be a thick seam allowance or a wide seam allowance. Why are you making funny sounds? Do not enjoy using this stabilizer. It's the Oh, what's that one called that starts with a C? It's Pellon. Craft Fuse, that's what. I don't like using Craft Fuse. It's not sticky, but it feels sticky, if that makes sense. It feels like my machine doesn't want to use it or go through it. But it goes through it easily. I don't understand. Okay. Alright, and with this I am done with the exterior. If I can get through these thicker layers, I need some sharper pinking shears. Yeah, these things do not like being used. And I don't know if there's a way to sharpen pinking shears short of going to a scissors or a knife shop. Maybe I'll just get another pair. Okay. I think I'm gonna leave that as it is. And then I've already got, well, I got pieces of fabric all over me. That's why I like sewing with vinyl better. Which side's this side's the front. now I'm going to, let me actually crease this a little bit. There we go. I don't know. I'm not sure how that would, because I know that there's some people who say to you to use tin foil to cut tin foil, and apparently that's not accurate. I don't know how well cutting something would sharpen them, but hi Annie. I was actually gonna shoot you a DM this weekend because I still have your custom stuff set aside, and I am catching up on those as I get closer to being done with other stuff. So I can pester you this weekend and see if you still want that. Yeah, I typically get mine from Amazon too. I don't really spend a lot on scissors. And I think I spent 20 on my 10-inch and then like maybe 15 on my 8. And they hold up really well. All right, so that gives the illusion of it being one solid pocket, but once it's stitched down, it's going to be 2 separate pockets. So I just base that down. Apparently my son's bouncing off the walls upstairs. All right, so there we go. Now it's 2 pockets, but with the illusion of just 1. And then I'm gonna do, let's see here. This is the bottom, those are the sides. Do a zipper pocket on this side. I am too. And if you are still interested in that same vinyl, I actually got 2 more rolls of it in too. So that is good to go. I mean, even though for that bag I would only need 1, but I have extra. Rewatch so you can try what? Oh. Yeah, it's really easy. One thing you can actually do, and I was going to, but I decided not to at the last minute. If you do that double slip pocket without sewing down the front of it, you can actually attach a smaller slip pocket, or you can do a zipper pocket so that you can have a wide front pocket and 2 slip pockets. And that's how I've been doing a lot of my pockets on the lining lately. I love doing fancy pockets. That kid is cracking me up. He's running around upstairs going, no, 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 no. He ended up staying home sick today, but he took a nice long nap with me, let me sleep till like 11:30, and now he's very well rested. And it doesn't sound like he's coughing anymore. Oh yeah, he's the floor right above me. The floor right above me is a hardwood floor, so I get to hear everything. Oh, he is so full of energy. I wish I had that energy right now. I've actually considered buying some kind of an energy drink, like a Red Bull or something, to see if it does anything for me. If it's just caffeine, I don't think it will, since I can chug a pot of coffee and then go to bed. I wouldn't though, because then I'd be peeing like a racehorse the rest of the night. I do not want any grandkids anytime soon. My oldest is 17, and she'd better not come home with anything closely resembling to the chance of having kids anytime soon. But I can tell you right now, the day that she does finally have kids, and I think she will have kids because, like me, I didn't want kids until I was about 26 or 27 because I changed my mind. I think she'll change her mind too. But when she does, I'm going to be the first in line with my finger pointed in her direction, laughing my ass off. And I am going to shout, "I told you so," from the top of every roof and every mountain I can get up on. Yeah, see, if she was 34, I wouldn't be so freaked out about her having kids. I went to high school with a lot of teen moms, and I did not envy them at all. You know, it's funny. My mom, practically from the time I was 18, would constantly pester me, asking when I was going to have kids, when was I going to make her a grandma. And then when I was 28 and I go to tell her that I'm pregnant, I barely got the words out. And I said, "I just got to tell you." She goes, "You better not be pregnant. I'm too young to be a grandma." I'm like, "Really? For the past 10 years, you've been pestering me to give you grandbabies. And now, at 28, you're finally getting what you want. And you're telling me I better not be pregnant." Oh, yeah. I hope that her kid is just like she is with me, if not worse. Payback and all that. Oh, wow. See, I would envy getting done with it early, but not at that age. I mean, obviously I didn't know you as a teen, so I don't know how you were, but the teen moms that I knew were extremely, extremely immature. And their priorities just sucked. You know, they'd rather party and get high than buy diapers. And a lot of them leaned on their parents for everything because their parents could babysit while they were out partying. So, not my kind of thing. And it seemed a lot more common in the 90s than it is now. It almost seems like some kind of weird anomaly when I hear about anybody under the age of 19 having a kid. And I'm just more like, what? Really? They still do that? All right, so I grabbed 2 zipper pulls because I had the intention of doing the secondary pocket, but since I'm only doing one, check this out. And no, I don't remember where I got it. I'm going to have to look. But it is so pretty. I love using anchors on sailor prints. Wow, yeah, if you bought a house at 19, that's very, very different. No, most of these teen moms probably didn't end up with their own home, if they did at all, until like their late 20s. They were just way too immature. And some of them I didn't like, that they would basically brag about having a kid and use it as some kind of a status symbol. You know, because they were having adult encounters while under the age. If you're going to do it, you know, that's your choice to do it, but I wouldn't necessarily look at it as a status symbol when you don't have a job and you rely on your parents to take care of your kid because you're not mature enough yet. But that's how it was in my school, at least. Oh, wow, really? Lucky. Well, I've got ink too, but I want more. I'm just too lazy. I've got 2 sleeves that have been planned in my head for years. And I may have finally found the guy that I want to do them. And he's got a shop that's about 25 minutes away from me. So might have to contact him and see if I can get on his books. Oh, I love this zipper tape. I really do. I could not for the life of me, for the longest time, remember where I had purchased it from. And then just on a whim, I ordered some from Mormino. And it turns out that was the tape that I had ordered a couple years ago. I'll actually show you why in a second here. Because it's far superior to a lot of the other threads that I use. Or not threads, zipper. Zipper tape. Sorry if that was loud. All right. Get this tied off. Let me see if I've got any. Yeah, I've got some of the other zipper tape to compare. All right, so this is zipper tape that I got from Amazon. It's not a bad tape. It's not bad at all, but I have found myself to be a lot more particular about the details of the tape itself. So as you can see here, it's got white thread holding the teeth together. But if you look at the tape from More Me Know, it's transparent thread. So you get a lot more of the shine of the teeth. So I'll do a side by side. So as you can see, the one from Amazon looks more like white teeth, whereas the one from More Me Know looks more silver. And I definitely prefer it. I was racking my brain for the longest time, wondering where in the heck I found it. I really appreciate all of the work that goes into when she hunts down her stuff, all of her supplies and everything. I think I actually drew my box down too, or up too high. I don't have a lot to grip on the bottom, or on the top layer. I think I may need to trim this down a little bit. I'm going to hold my rotary cutter properly. I don't want to freak anybody out. Oh, I need a drink. I probably breathed in a cat hair. Ugh. So when I do these pockets, sometimes I'll double fold them over or do fold both layers over to one side, but I've found that if I fold each side individually over to its corresponding wrong side, I will get a much more even closure when I go to close it in the end. So just like that. And that'll make it a little bit easier to close up in the end. So I'm going to add a couple of clips here, but I'm also going to staple it because that's going to prevent it from shifting out of alignment, because I want those to line up in the end. Now I can just trim the staples off with the excess fabric. And then on here, we can also add an external slip pocket. So getting closer to the end. I think I'm going to pull in the seam allowance a little bit at the bottom of the lining, just so I don't have to deal with the saggy lining as much, because I did not cut foam for this. I know earlier I was talking about how adding foam to the lining bottom would Ethel pulled it open, but when I was cutting these bags last night, I opted against it because I was tired and I wanted to just get it done. So I think what I'm probably going to do is when this one is done, I'm going to go ahead and cut out the bag for the other one, for the other fabric. And then I'll sew that one together tomorrow. And then if I have time over the weekend, I'll sew the other bag with this fabric. That way I can get both of the others, this one and the other one and the other fabric done this weekend. And then I can go ahead and post it out. Let me see here. Plus then I can sit and catch up on some of my Netflix shows. I got stuff all over the place to watch. Currently watching The Ones Who Live, I think it was called, which is the spin-off of The Walking Dead. And I saw that the rest of the episodes of Cobra Kai have been listed, as well as Sweet Magnolias, I think it's called. I keep wanting to call it Steel Magnolias, but that's not the right one. Hi, Kiva. You gonna do your spinny dance? Psycho tornado. There we go. What? Psycho tornado. Psycho tornado. Psycho dog. All right, so I'm gonna go 1/2 inch at the top. And then I'm gonna taper in to 5/8. Oh, I forgot I was going to leave this side open. I still can. Just pull a few of those threads out. That's not a big deal. Let me just put a little bit of a stitch in here. oil my scissors. Getting squeaky on me. All right. One more side. So close. Sounds like it's gone quiet upstairs. I wonder if my son dragged his dad up to his bedroom to occupy space while he finds something to play with. He likes to do that. He likes the company, but he doesn't like chat. Earlier, I had my daughter come downstairs and she was pulling a Jack Skellington, walking around going, "What's this? What's this?" everywhere. She was like grabbing stuff. "What's this for? What's this called? Can you do this with this? What is that for? What is this thing? Why is this over here?" And inside my brain, I'm just like grinding my teeth, going, "Oh my God, child, stop." Because my studio is my sanctuary. And having somebody come into my sanctuary, putting their hands on everything, is a little bit uncomfortable. She said she was trying to socialize with me, which is totally out of her character. So it was odd on a few different levels. But she seems to be showing a little bit of an interest in sewing again, which would be awesome. She says she wants to get into cosplay. While I don't sew clothes, I'm definitely not going to discourage it. I'd love to see her get into something other than Discord. cut these down. Then we can attach the lining to the exterior. I think I'm gonna have to tear my machine down, give it a really good cleaning, maybe change the oil. I've got, I guess it's been, bought this machine in 2021, and since then I have done one oil change. So it's probably due. But, like I said, this one's a beast, and the oil lasts a really long time. I need to order some Decovil Heavy anyways, so I can order more oil from Wawak. Don't be scared. You should do it. If it needs it only, though. I'm just glad that I got a self-oiling machine, because I do not remember to oil my 1341 at all. As a matter of fact, I was specifically told by the guy that I talked to at Sunny Sewing. He was one of the techs, to stop oiling my machine, which is the complete opposite of what everybody else says. I know people who oil their machine every single time they use it. But this one, for some reason, literally since day one, oil gets on everything. It's not a self-oiling machine. And ever since I got it, even before I oiled anything, it was getting oil on everything. So I don't know if they over-oiled it, or if the oil just doesn't sit where it's supposed to, or what, but it's pretty messy using that machine. When did you get it? Oh, wow, really? I thought the 1541 was a self-oiling. I thought it was the 13 or the 1181 that doesn't self-oil. So you've had your machine almost just about the same time I got mine. You got yours about the same year, and you have not once done an oil change. Yeah, I'd be scared to look at your oil too, because mine was just barely starting to yellow. Like this tape right here, this is darker than the oil was when I changed it. So I think it's time. Oh, the 1181 self oils. Okay. Then I had those flipped around. Speaking of flipping, it is time. I'm gonna attach this sucker and then flip it around. All right, so I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna go against what I normally do, and I'm gonna do the slip pocket towards the back and the zipper pocket towards the front. As it is, I'm already doing this differently than I normally would because of the strap anchors instead of sewing the handles into the top. And I'm going to attempt to stitch the lining and exterior together by tucking the lining inside of the exterior. Last time I tried to do this, I messed it up. I'm used to putting the lining outside of the exterior. So I hope I get this right. So it should be right side to right side so that when I flip it out, it'll be wrong side to wrong side. Yeah, see these machines are, I would never get rid of it. They're too awesome. I love that the oil lasts so long. Make sure I get this butted right up against the bottom to make sure I don't have too much at the top. I shouldn't though, since I did the 5/8 seam allowance instead of half. This is really awkward because normally I would tilt the bag like this and then stitch or add the clips right under the camera, but I can't do that since I'm using my phone. I think when I get off of here, what I'll probably do is hit Amazon and see if I can find a much longer media cord so that I can plug right into my PC instead. Because I do not like doing this on my phone. Let me see what, oh damn. I think that first time I went live, the cord must not have been plugged in all the way because it's plugged in all the way right now and my battery is still at 100%. So when it drained, it must not have been plugged in all the way. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh, you know what I did not do? I knew I missed something. You see what I'm not seeing? I forgot to add my bag feet. Damn it. I still could, but I wouldn't be able to glue them on unless I took the lining out of here. Should I do them or not? They are mushroom domes. I mean, if I don't do them, it's not a huge loss, but I was purposely trying to stack this one with hardware. At least as much as I can with it being such a minimal bag. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna pull this off God, I do not like working with fabric. I am covered in shreds of it. All right. So I'm going to have to make quick work of this because this is going to be tough. So that's a 7.5. Okay. Oops. 2.5. Oh, I need a smaller ruler. I know exactly why I missed these two. It was because I had them at the very bottom instead of in a hardware bin, which is what I normally have. I'm just glad I didn't completely finish the bag before realizing they weren't on there. All right. No problem. You don't want to run into this. Yeah, I usually if I forget to add the feet, it's right around the point where I'm starting to assemble the exterior. I have never gotten this far into the bag before realizing there was no feet. And with it being the Ethel, normally I would not mind not having feet. The pattern does call for them, but it's such a minimal hardware bag that leaving something like purse feet off is not really a big deal. But it was part of the design and the look that I was going for. So definitely needs to be added. I'm also that person that if I needed it to be on there, I wouldn't put it past me to rip the bag apart just to put the feet on. Luckily, I don't have to do that. All right. This is going to be the fun part. I need light. Can't quite see. Yeah, I'm going to have to mark the spots with my silver pen. That's the only way I'm going to be able to see these things. I do not want to have to pull one of the panels off. Whoops. Now I can barely see that. Come on. Okay, there's light. That's better. There's one. Oh, I lost them both. This is great. Do not recommend. Don't forget your bag feet. Oh, I got it. Yay. This probably would have been easier if I had done riveted or screw feet, but I don't even have any, I don't think. All right. One down, and now I need to find let me use a black pen. Maybe that'll help with the location. You know what? I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I'm gonna turn the bag right side out. Duh. I mean, that would have made more sense, seeing as how I'm trying to get light on a glittery surface and find little slits. I am super smart sometimes. Then I'll just end up doing the bag the way that I normally would, which is totally fine. These are some noisy anchors. Look at that, I got it relatively even too. Yay for that. I do have some glue on it to clean up though. All right. Now, oh yes, I can see the slits so much easier now. Oh wow, those are pretty damn even for half-assing the placement. Okay, now I just need to put all these washers down. One thing about this bag that sucks is that the opening is so small. And I don't know why, but I have had Pantera's Cemetery Gates stuck in my head for the last 2 days. I listened to it on Tuesday, but not since. Just randomly starts popping into my head. I don't know if any of you actually listen to Pantera or not. All right. Now I will just throw on some tape. You don't like it, I take it at all. I found out that my son, who is mini-me, doesn't enjoy the loud, fast-paced sound of most of Pantera's music. But he likes the one song on the Far Beyond Driven album called Planet Caravan, which just happens to be one of their slowest songs ever. So that's the only one he can stand. But normally, he's all about Korn and Linkin Park, the Chester Bennington Linkin Park. He especially likes listening to their first album because they don't swear on it, which means he won't be learning any new swear words. He drops the F-bomb constantly when he's having a bad day at school, but whatever, that's his choice. I enjoy some Prince as well. It's that homegrown stuff for me. My taste goes to everything that's not like rap or R&B. I used to like the 80s style rap. LL Cool J, Will Smith, Tone Loc, you know, all the 80s old school stuff. Yeah, I can't either. I don't understand it. It's just, it's not my thing. But I listen to country, I listen to classical, I listen to opera, I listen to metal, rock, everything in between. But when it comes to like rap and R&B, it's just not my thing. I don't really listen to like bluegrass or anything like that either, but offshoots of it I do. Really? You can't stand country? Some of the modern stuff you can't really... I wouldn't really call it country, maybe a country rock blend, but I'm talking like Randy Travis, Willie Nelson, you know, the older stuff. Which side was the zipper in the front? Okay. This is going to be a little bit of a squeeze. Should I turn it back the other way? No. I'll just do it the way I normally do so I don't get confused. I don't need any more confusion. This will be a lot easier. Although the other way would have been easier for top stitching. Oh well. Yeah, I like Willie Nelson. Dolly. I like some Reba. Basically anything that was done before the early 2000s. Some of this stuff now is okay, but it blurs the line. You can't really tell that it's country unless it's being played on a country station. But some of the groups aren't too bad. Rascal Flatts is actually one that I kind of like. But I only really got into them because they did a cover of Life is a Highway, which I can't remember the name of the guy right offhand, but I used to love that song. Cochran. Oh, what's his name? Something Cochran was the original guy who sang that song. There's a few others that I can handle, but overall, it's modern day country is not really country. It's country-ish. Tom Cochran, yeah. It always feels weird when I hear the original one on the TV or not on the TV, on the radio. Because I'm so used to the Rascal Flatts version now because that's what they always play. All right, this top one, just to give me a little extra space above the anchors, I am stitching at 3/8 of an inch. I probably could have done a 1/4 of an inch, but I just don't like that 1/2 inch seam allowance. You know, the Tracy Chapman song, Fast Car. The country cover of that wasn't too bad. But I also prefer her original version better anyway. And yes, I did say Pantera. I had Cemetery Gates in my head. I still do. I was listening to Far Beyond Driven the other day, so that's all stuck in my head. Just mostly Cemetery Gates. Just his friends, huh? He didn't? I was in a band a few years back, and I played bass, and the people in the band were friends of mine, and I had no intention of joining their band. They found out that I had started playing bass, and they asked me if I would come and join, and I said no. How'd that get up there? That I was not interested, because I'm not the kind of person who enjoys being the center of attention in front of a lot of people. Like right now, there's 8 people in my life, and I think I got up to like 15 earlier. I can do that. If I was pulling those 100, 200 something viewers at a time, I would start to get really nervous. And so these friends wanted me to come play bass in their band, and I said no, because their intention was to do live shows and travel, and those are 2 things that I despise. I like going to live shows and seeing bands that I like, but I don't like being the band that people go to see. So they were like, okay, cool, that's fine, we can respect that, but why don't you come over and jam with us once? I was like, okay, fine, I suppose. So I go over, and I'm a total noob at the time. Just barely been playing for like a couple of months. And I do not know how to read music. It looks like, swirls on a page to me. I can't understand it. I just never was able to retain that information. And so I learned how to play using bass tabs, which literally spells out each note for you. So I know which finger on which string I need to use, and where, which fret I'm supposed to hit because of the tabs. So I go over there, and they basically play their pre-recorded version of one of their songs. Somehow convinced me to learn how to play that song. We played it once through. The drummer wasn't there at the time. It was just the singer, the guitarist, and me. We played it through one time. I didn't screw up too badly. And then I was like, okay, that was fun, cool. And then the guitarist, who was basically the one trying to run everything, comes over, grabs my hand and shakes it and says, welcome to the band. I'm like, no. I said, no, I don't want to join your band. I don't want to play. But at the time, I was such a people pleaser that I could not say no. They were friends, and I just kind of went along with it. And I said, okay, fine. One stipulation. If I join, you have to promise me that you are going to continue to actively try to find a permanent bass player, because I do not want to do this. And they promised me that they would. So I'd show up to practices, and eventually they started landing gigs. And I'm like, I haven't even been playing this thing for a year, and you're already trying to set up shows. And so, unwillingly, I would go to these shows, and we would play the shows, and then I would disappear quickly because I didn't like having eyes on me. When I would play, I would be standing on the stage with my hair in my face, so that if I looked up, all I would see is my hair. I did not want to see anybody in the crowd. And they were crowds. They were not like little dive bars with 5 or 6 people popping in randomly because they were bored. These were people who were getting, they were coming on purpose to see the show. And it made me so uncomfortable. After about a year of this, and reminding them that they were supposed to be finding a replacement because they were not. I had had enough. The singer and the guitarist were both, you know, very self-serving. 1 week in between gigs, they really pissed me off. They refused to like pay me and the drummer for the shows that we got paid for. And I was like, you know what? I told you guys to keep looking. You stopped looking. You decided you were satisfied with me. I told you I was not happy. So I quit. And they had the nerve to get mad at me about it. But what's funny is the person that they replaced me with was literally the first person I had suggested replacing me like 6 months earlier. And they said, no, we don't like her. We don't want her in the band. And then 1 week before the next gig, I quit and they took her on. She had been a bassist for years. She had played with a previous band that the two of them had been with. Similar style. I never understood why they didn't just ask her in the first place, but they did, and I got out, and I never again had to worry about standing on stage and having people stare at me. So I prefer to go to concerts instead of being a part of the concert. I don't know why I ended up rambling about that. Oh, that's right, because we were talking about your husband's friends making it big. That was their goal in my band. The drummer didn't want to be a drummer. He actually preferred playing guitar. But because the guitarist, who happened to be his brother, didn't want him playing guitar, wanted him on drums. He refused to say no because he was attached familially and didn't want to abandon them, but he did tell me that he wanted out. He did leave, and he started his own band at some point where he sang and played guitar, so that was good on him. But he told me he was glad I got out when I did because he didn't want to see me continuing to do something I didn't want to do. I knew one other person who got really close to fame. Unfortunately, he's gone now. It was my friend Rich, who I actually met on AOL in a Marilyn Manson chat room. Back then, it was pretty common for people to sit there and claim that they were friends with celebrities and that they were some big shot or somebody that they weren't. Most people were fake back then. And I met him in a Marilyn Manson chat room, and he told me that he was friends with Marilyn Manson. And of course, I just kind of, oh yeah, haha, that's cool. I totally believe you. And over the years that I talked to him, he proved it many times over. He was indeed friends with Manson. I'd seen many pictures of him and Manson together. Manson had, when Rich passed, he was, his life was taken by somebody. He was living in Florida at the time, and he was driving for Uber. He was, me back up. He was a musician. He was in a few bands, a band called 367s. He was in a band called Rambler. He managed a group called, I can see them in my freaking face and I can't remember the name of the group, the band right now. Anyways, he had dipped his toes in many ponds. Anyways, for some reason, he was driving for Uber at the time, and some a-hole gangbanger came along and took his life. And when he was caught, he was later apparently claiming that it was an initiation into the gang, and he wanted to know what it was like to unalive someone. He walked right up to Rich, pulled a pew-pew, and point blank. Rich did not survive, obviously, but I hadn't talked to him for a few years. We kind of drifted apart. We were friends for a long time. And Manson did do a little memorial post for him on his Instagram. So I know that they were still kind of friends at the time. And this was like, I want to say like 2 or 3 years ago. God, maybe even longer. But he was as close as I ever got to the whole fame thing musically. I had no desire for it. But when I was in the band, Rich and I had talked about possibly having my band come down to open for the band that he was managing at the time. What was it called? They had a single that was a cover of Send Me an Angel, which was the first song that Rich introduced me to for the band. God, I can't even remember the name of the band right now. That's gonna bother me. I remember the bassist. I still follow him on YouTube. His name is The Dro. And I actually found out from Dro that Rich had passed because I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw the video that he did that said something about a tribute about his friend, and I saw the picture and I was like, God, that guy looks an awful lot like Rich. And I was like, I need to check this out because this is Dro and I know he knows Rich, and that guy in that picture looks like Rich, and he better not be trying to say that Rich is gone. And I watched it and I bawled like a baby. It was really messed up. See, there I go rambling again. But my former band is no more. The singer and guitarist, who were actually in a relationship at the time, after I left, ended up going through numerous band members, including a second guitarist, several bassists, and another drummer. And apparently the singer was, I think there was like a 20-year age gap between her and the guitarist. From what I heard, she was cheating on him with one of their new guitarists. So they ended up leaving the band to start their own band away from him. Several years later, he reached out to me asking if I still played bass and if I was interested in starting another band with him. I was like, yeah, I just had a baby and I don't play anymore and I have no desire to be in a band ever again. So I never heard from him again, but apparently he passed on a few years later from misuse of illegal substances, shall we say. So I'm glad that I didn't stick around them because too much drama. Although I would have loved to go and do a show with the other group in Florida if we had managed. Oh my God, you guys, we also almost had a chance to open for Murder Dolls. Well, Wednesday 13, it was when he was solo. Yeah, definitely dodged it because that was not my scene. I mean, I knew he was into stuff when I was in the band, but I didn't think it was all that hardcore. But I guess it got worse over the years. So now I will take my somewhat boring life over any of that stuff ever again. God, I remember this one time we went to go do a show at a local club. At one point it was called Star Central, and then they changed their name to the Star Bar. And I'd been there to see shows and stuff and hang out with my friends in the past, so I knew it wasn't a tiny place. But they set up the gig and I went along, and I was totally uncomfortable because their stage was huge. And I don't embarrass, but I can absolutely feel uncomfortable. And as it was, I didn't like performing live, having all eyes on me. But when somebody specifically targets attention towards me, it makes it worse. And all the places that we had gone and played at before never had an official sound check person. Starbar did. And so the guy was at the soundboard, and I'm just sitting on my butt on the stage, and the guy starts doing sound checks. Singer did hers, guitarist did his. And then the guy, I'm already feeling uncomfortable here. Out of nowhere, he goes, "Now, give me some of that bass thing." And I'm like, are you kidding me? I locked up and my fingers stopped working, and I'm sitting here going back and forth playing like the same 3 notes because I was just frozen. Like, are you kidding me? And he literally said, "Is that it?" I'm like, screw you. You're the one that put me on the spot. There was like 30 people standing right in front of the stage just staring at us. And I'm just like, this is not the right place right now, dude. And 30 people, that was just the people hanging out before the show. There was probably, I mean, it was a relatively small show for the club, but for us, it was probably around 150 to 200 people. I damn near crapped my pants. That place was full. I couldn't do it. That was the biggest show I ever did, and I did not want more. Don't frickin' put me on the spot when you got 30 people staring at me. I mean, the bassist is supposed to be the cool one in the band. I was definitely not the cool one. He's lucky I didn't get embarrassed because I would have pissed myself. I haven't been to a good show in a long time. Kind of kicking myself because Korn was in town recently. Like a month or two ago, maybe longer. I don't remember. No, it was sometime this year because a friend of mine went. I was jealous. I got to see Korn live once during Ozfest, and I think it was 2003, maybe? I got to see Ozzy and Korn. I got to see Manson again. I've seen him 3 times. There was one band that was there. Who was it? It was one that people, like, at the time never wanted to admit to liking. Like, the people that I went, they're like, oh my God, why are they here? They're so lame. But it's like one of those bands that even if you don't want to admit to liking them, you know all the words. And Cradle of Filth was there. It was a pretty good show. Aside from that, I've also seen Boy George. I've seen RuPaul. And it wasn't like a drag race thing. It was an actual concert. I've seen Ringo Starr and his All-Star Band. No, it wasn't Creed or Nickelback. It was, I want to say it starts with a C as well. Let me see if I can pull it up because that's going to bug me now. Okay, Ozfest 2003 lineup. Chevelle, that's who it was. Oh yeah, Disturbed was there too. But it was a good show. I enjoyed it, even if nobody else wanted to admit it, that they liked Chevelle. And I'm glad that I got to see some of those bands. I wish I would have gone the year before, because then I could have seen Linkin Park. Who else have I seen? Yeah, I saw Ringo Starr and his All-Star Band. I've seen Hanson. My very first concert ever. Nobody would ever guess who I first saw. My mom took me. It was in the 80s. And it was definitely something that I'm less likely to do now. Don't really have the chance, but it's not a concert I would have picked now. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the Ringo show that I went to was actually the mother of a kid that I used to babysit. She had tickets and asked me if I wanted to go, and I said sure. But she's unfamiliar with me. And she was expecting me to, like, I don't know, dance and sing along or something. If I'm standing there and it has my attention, I'm enjoying it. I'm not going to dance. I'm not going to sing. I'm not going to sway along to the music. I will be stock still and enjoy the music. And she got all huffy saying, well, you could at least act like you like it. I'm like, I enjoyed it. Leave me alone. But my very first concert was Michael Jackson during his Bad tour. And my mom took me, And she too was one of those people who enjoys a show by getting up and dancing and singing along. And I forgot about the strap anchor. Oh well. That's fine. I didn't make a crossbody for it anyways, so I don't care. But yeah, she took me and she was like, I don't know if you guys remember how people danced in the 80s, doing the butt, slamming butts into each other. Yeah, my mom was doing that to my little, probably 8-year-old ass in the middle of a Michael Jackson concert, trying to get me to stand up on the seat so that I could enjoy it better. The whole time I'm like, you are embarrassing. Leave me alone. I don't want to dance. But at least I can say I got to see Michael Jackson in his heyday. Who else have I seen? I'm trying to think. I met Jesse Camp outside of a Marilyn Manson concert. I don't know if anybody remembers who he is. Back when MTV actually played music, do you guys remember they had that competition? What was it called? So You Want to Be a VJ or something like that? And Jesse was the first winner. That dude is freaking tall. Oh my God. I had no idea he was so tall. I'm 5'8.5". And when I met Jesse outside of the show, dude is like, he had to have been like 6'8" or so. Freaking tall, skinny little beanpole, but tall as hell. Oh man, I would have loved to see Corey Hart in the 80s. Never Surrender used to be one of my favorite songs. I miss the 80s. So much fun. And I wasn't even really old enough to enjoy them that much. Melissa, I hate you. That's just one more reason for me to hate you. I wish I could have seen Typo. That is definitely one that I never got a chance. I don't even recall them ever coming out this way. But that would have been fun. You need to shut up right now. So not fair. Not fair at all. Yeah, I wish that he had like caught it ahead of time enough to know that he had the issue. Because I don't think he I think he knew about his heart condition. I don't think he knew how problematic it was at the time. But there is this one band that I found on, I think I found them on TikTok, and I know they're on YouTube. The lead singer sounds exactly like Pete. Exactly. And I'm just sitting here thinking, dude, why don't you just like get the old band together and take over? I mean, he's got like The long hair and the mannerisms and everything. He could totally recreate Pete. You know what? I think Foreigner may have been at that, was it Foreigner? No. What? Wait. There was another big group. It may have been Foreigner with Ringo Starr. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. No, I don't think it was Foreigner. What was that other band that was similar to Foreigner? I can't remember. Wow. Yeah, we lost a good one. It irked me one day. I was going through TikTok and there was some young 20-something chick who was sitting there talking about how much she missed Peter Steele. I'm like, you mean when you were like freshly in diapers? Because the only way your butt was still alive when Pete was around is if you were like born the year he died. Talking about how much you miss Peter Steele. There's actually another guy on TikTok who could take over for Chester. I can't remember what his name is, but he's like, he has one of those accounts where people just, where they just do cover songs. And when he was doing some old Linkin Park, he was so good. I was like, damn, you could have taken over for Chester instead of that other chick that she sounds tone deaf to me. I'm sorry. She sounds tone deaf. What was her name? Emily something? I heard a snippet of her singing with her old band. It sounded horrible. And hearing her singing with Linkin Park just really pissed me off. I no longer support them, especially when Mike Shinoda like basically told all of the Linkin Park fans that he doesn't care about their opinions. Exactly. Thank you. I mean, Linkin Park was known for being Chester's band, and it should have gone with him. They could have kept the same lineup, but come back with a new singer and a new name. They sound nothing like the old Linkin Park at all. I mean, if they wanted to try and keep up as a legacy band, they could have easily replaced him with somebody who sounded similar, or at least a guy. You know, but if they wanted to completely change the way they have, I would have been fine with it if they would have changed the name. So now, every single time I'm driving in my car and I see, I have one of those screen panels on my dash, so it shows what band is playing on most radio stations. So if I look down and I see it says Linkin Park, I change the station instantly. I don't support them at all. I can't. And the kicker for me wasn't the fact that they replaced him with a female singer. It was the fact that Mike literally told fans, I don't care about your opinion. You don't do that. When your career is because of people who have supported you for 30 years and you would not be where you are today without them, you don't say shit like that. You don't tell them, I don't care what you think, I'm still gonna do this. That's... It's like, thanks for getting me where I am. Now kick off. I don't need you anymore because I've got this name to stand behind me. The Nirvana one, wasn't that one of their kids singing? I thought I heard something about that. But I'm not into Nirvana, really. And that has a lot to do with the fact that a former friend of mine was obsessed with Nirvana. And because I don't like her anymore, I don't like Nirvana. I'm a petty little bitch. I don't care. I don't like her, so I don't like her favorite band anymore. Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with, you know, changing things up, but when a band has been so long standing and they're known for certain things, as the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Linkin Park was disbanded, not broken. And what they did was definitely not a fix. And I find it funny how every band member except Mike has left now. I wonder why. He should have taken it as a sign. Yeah, I can be petty. I can be very petty. I don't retaliate, but I can be petty. Just like I no longer like or support Metallica. I used to love their music until they decided to be childish over Napster. I don't like the way they handled the situation. I think they could have turned it into something different and handled it way better than they did. And because of the way they handled it, I lost all respect for them and I refused to listen to their music. Just like Linkin Park, if they come up on the radio, I'm changing it. Grown-ass men throwing a frickin' tantrum. What's the difference between sharing music online and sharing music in person? They're still not getting paid for it. They could have come up with an early version of Spotify and been making bank and still allowed people to share their music. Not to mention sharing introduces people to music they wouldn't have otherwise known about. They just handled it all wrong. All right, now I'm going to add some end caps. And then I believe I will be done. How long have I been live? Oh my God, 4.5 hours. I sew so slowly. I'm easily distracted. But hey, at least I've got one strike done. Nope, it is almost 10 o'clock and his bedtime is 8:30. He does not have school in the morning. I'm pretty sure it's like the teachers are doing something. And so he did not go to school today because he had a really, really bad day at school yesterday. And I wanted to give him an extra day to just kind of take a break and relax away from all of the stress. Because the way he was acting at school, he does not do that here. There's something going on in that school. And I don't know if we'll ever find out what, but I decided that he needed a mental health day. So he stayed home, and he did have a little bit of a cough, but I haven't heard him cough in a while. And he let me sleep in. He laid next to me and ended up falling asleep. I know he didn't intend to, but he took a nap. And he's been really good all day. Except for when I told him that I was going to be going live. Even before I had the camera started, he was down here being loud, trying to make some very distracting noises. And I'm like, dude, you're playing for a camera that's not even on. Nobody knows that you're here right now. So he ended up giving up, and when he went upstairs, I attempted to go live. But now he's either chilling with his dad or he's sleeping. No school tomorrow, and then Saturday, Sunday. And he will have no school on Monday. So he gets a 5-day weekend. We're going to do a reset on his meds tomorrow. So it will hopefully help things at school. Now I think this might be thick enough that I need large rivets. I need to replenish my rivets. I usually order from leather place. But I'm debating chancing ordering from AliExpress so that I can get a much bigger quantity. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's what my son has. He's autistic with ADHD. He is very verbal, to the point where he swears more like a sailor than I do. He's very happy most of the time, but he has a lot of issues with communication, which is common for autistic kids. But he has no problem with speech. His issue is getting what's in his brain out so that other people can understand him. And he needs the constant reminder that people can't read his thoughts. You know, nobody understands what he wants unless he actually says it. So he tends to get frustrated a lot. And he will do things like hit his head, and lash out in other ways. So when he's at school, this year it almost seems like the staff is kind of over it. They're not helping him as well as they used to. And he's also had a lot of staff changes. His teacher is gone. She now works at the high school, so he got a new teacher. His classroom was moved to a different classroom on the other side of the school, so he's no longer in the same room. His para that used to work really close with him is no longer at the school, so he's got a different para. And just a lot of changes have disrupted him quite a bit. So he really had a shit hit the fan moment yesterday. And when I came to pick him up, he was just done. He was just over it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to keep him home tomorrow. I like to do that from time to time just to kind of give his brain a little bit of a reprieve from the rest of the world. He would love to be a YouTuber. He actually pretends. Oh, that alarm going off. He pretends that he's a YouTuber. He'll be sitting there and just randomly say, "Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and like and share." And he'll make little comments about how many followers he has in his imaginative world. When in reality, he's not even allowed to watch YouTube because he watches videos that teach him bad habits, bad language, and you know that sound? I don't know what it's called, but it goes wah wah wah. That makes him cry a lot. So he will, when he's feeling a certain kind of way, he'll punish himself by watching videos like that just to make himself cry. So he's been banned from YouTube. But if he had his way, he would be doing it. I know at one point he was using my husband's channel, and he makes these little movies with an editing program on his tablet. Like, he creates his own animations, and he does his own soundtracks, and he does credits and intros and sound effects and all that stuff. He is a little movie maker. And when he first started doing it, he was somehow publishing them to my husband's YouTube channel, to the point where he was actually getting likes and comments and things. And I was like, no. I nipped that real quick and made my husband privatize his account. I was like, I don't want people having access to anything that my, at the time, like 4 or 5-year-old was doing. No thanks. So he has been a YouTuber, but not anymore. Yeah, you get it. It's crazy. He also has, well, he's got a speech therapist that's been at the school since he started. But they recently this year added an OT and a behavioralist. But they don't really seem to know how to work with him very well. And it doesn't help that all the people that knew him the best and were closest to him are now gone. So, oh, and the biggest thing that really pisses me off is the school year before the last one. So not this school year, not the last school year, but the one previous to that. There's a kid who transferred over like partially through the school year. And this kid chose to, he was also a special needs kid. He chose to zero in on my son and bullied him for the rest of the school year. This kid is like twice the size of my son. And when this kid came around, he started calling my son fat. So he would come home saying, I'm not fat. I'm not fat. And it's like, this is something we have never heard him say before, ever. He has never had a problem with his weight or how he looks. He's never used the word fat. And this kid that's twice his size is calling him these names that he's never heard before. And I was just like, And so last year during the school year, I was like, this can't happen again. This kid needs to not be near mine. And so they ended up giving that kid his own para, and the two of them ended up spending no more than 5 minutes together in a classroom throughout the school day. So it got better, but my son holds grudges. And because this kid picked on him for so long, he is now my son's target. Even though they stayed away from each other for the whole of the last school year, this year, when we met with his teacher the first time, I told her, this kid was problematic in the past, and it's best to keep them separate. Her response? She put them both in desks right next to each other. So because my son holds grudges, he has become the bully and has been insistently picking on his former bully for about half of the school year so far this year. So it's really frustrating because they don't listen. So yeah. And then on top of it, they're trying to say that he needs to go to a level 4 school an hour away from here. And I'm like, no, he doesn't need to be on lockdown. He needs, what was it that I said? He doesn't need, essentially, he doesn't need to be controlled. He needs to be directed. He does really good with instruction. And when he has something that he has to do, he's really good at doing it. They're telling us that he can't sit down and do math. Well, my husband handed him a math sheet the other day and said, if you do this entire page by yourself without any help, I'm going to give you a new toy. Don't you know that kid did that whole thing without asking once? This morning, he did 2 math sheets without help. And earlier this afternoon, when he was done with lunch, he asked if he could go upstairs and do math problems. My kid is smart. They're just not letting him utilize it, and it really makes me mad. Don't tell me that he can't do something that he's done right in front of me. Oh, he totally is. He's super smart. Nothing like me. Thank God. Level 4 is like, it's the most controlled, the most restrictive, locks on the doors, pretty much a bodyguard. He'd essentially be going to a school to be on lockdown. And he doesn't need the restriction. He's not that bad of a kid. It's hard for him to focus with other kids around making a ton of noise, and he doesn't know how to communicate his thoughts and everything. So he causes issues because he can't get it out. Yeah, exactly. All right, she's done. This bows out a little bit more than I wanted it to, but I think the rose gold looks really good. I still need to train this thing, but I like how it turned out. And I think that from now on, when I do Ethel's, I am absolutely going to be doing anchors, because I like that much better than having the handles sticking straight up like bunny ears. Oh, but I got some kind of scratch marks on there. Gotta clean that. Thank you. Let me see if I can get this off of here. Or is that an actual scratch? Nope, that's a scratch. Oh well. It's not super noticeable, but... So we got the 2 slip pockets that are full depth, but it's solid on the front. Got a nice deep zipper pocket. Sealed it with black thread. I really do love those pulls. I need to find out where I got them so I can get more. I don't know if those are those from Jenna. Let me see. Well, if they were, they're not on her site now. I don't think they were, though. I'll have to look around. I probably got them from a shop that I've only ordered from once before. It's... Hold on. Let me just grab the second one. It'll be easier to see. This one. I just can't remember where I got it. I don't know. I'll have to look later. I really do like that. I think this is my favorite Ethel by far. So this print is going to be available through JJ's So, oh, you know what I could do? Oh, I don't know. Do you think a tassel would look good with this? I wonder. Indo Love? I don't think I've ever ordered any hardware from them. Let me see here. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I see some. And it's got other finishes, so I'm going to have to get those, especially that bronze. The bronze is freaking gorgeous. Let me put my tablet back in here. And then I will show. Hi.
Hi, are you up again?
At 10 o'clock? Why? Is there something in particular you want?
No, just I haven't told you probably that dinner has not been made because...
Ah. So there they are. Look at that bronze. That is gorgeous. The rainbow one actually looks really good too. Yeah, these are at Indo Love. That looks exactly the same. Slips right off. Yeah, it's got those 3 lines down the center with the little nodule thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Indo Love. Thank you. So I'm going to order more of those because they're so pretty. And I'm going to have to see if I can get some more of this, but in vinyl. I'm going to grab my hooks and set it up for training before I end. Yeah, I think I like it with the red, so I think I will use red thread on the other one. That works. I really kind of do wish that I had done piping. Piping always looks so good on an Ethel. But I couldn't decide if I wanted to do the rose gold or if I wanted to do black. And I decided that the black wouldn't look right with rose gold everywhere else. But now I wish I had done it in the rose gold. There we go. I'm going to let that train overnight, and then I'll get pictures and I'll be able to post that one up. Oh God, yeah. I can't stand bags that have rolled edges like that. It makes me itch inside. So I have to train them. You know, let me actually get some stronger ones for those sides of the pocket. There. Much better. Yep. Except for these ones that want to keep coming off. Yeah, I ended up getting these clips just because I was looking for something bigger. And these are really good for training. Really good. And I've got them in, I don't think it was intentional, but while the black ones are stronger than the little plastic quilting clips, these silver ones are about twice as strong as the black ones. So I use those ones on the thicker seams, and then I use the black ones on everything else. Yeah, I definitely like this better with the anchors. So that's what I'll do from now on. Oh, nope, I already did that. Already top stitched. I wasn't even really paying attention when I did it either. I just kind of did it. Anchors would be cool. I'm kind of wondering if, I know that CAD is used to create sort of what the mold is going to be based off of. I have to double check, but I wonder if I can convert files made in Blender to CAD. I think I can. Because if I can, then I might have to make some designs and send them over to Amanda. I think that would be pretty sweet. I got so many ideas, and there's so much stuff I want. Oh. Well, I've got Blender. May as well use it for something. I'm not using it for SL anymore very much, so I just need to figure out what the heck to do with this thing since I didn't use it. Because my intention was to go like this and then do like some kind of a anchors like that for a crossbody. Yeah, it's just making sure that there is the ability within, because I know in Blender I have the ability to export into different types. And I typically use OBJ and what is it? It's a specific kind of mesh for Second Life. And I've also done Claude files before. So I think I might have the ability. Thank you. I definitely like the red thread on here better. I'm sure it would look good with black, but I think there's enough black working in here. I think that looks good. The other one that I have cut out that I will be starting either tonight or tomorrow is a Bonnie bucket bag. And I might hold off on that one because I'm waiting for some cord to get here on Saturday. So, because I want to do a drawstring bag. I've only ever done that bag with a drawstring once before, and I liked it. So, since I'm working with cotton, it's a good choice for doing a drawstring bag. So that's what I'll do. But for now, I do believe I am done. So I think I'm going to call it a night and maybe go grab a snack and curl up with a book or watch something. I used to make drawstring bags for all of my bags as dust bags. And it's very time consuming and very boring. So I stopped doing it and I bought plastic bags to put them in instead. I did, however, buy some pre-made ones that I can do some heat transfer vinyl onto to put my logo on. And then that way I don't have to spend all the time sewing them. But I just haven't gotten around to doing it. But the Bonnie bucket was the first time I ever did a drawstring bucket bag. And I love the way it turned out. It's really cool. Okay. We're not going to do the Minnesota goodbye where I keep saying goodbye and then socialize again and then say goodbye and socialize again. I get enough of that around my family. So I am just going to say goodbye. And thanks for joining me. And I will try to come on again soonish. Maybe some point this weekend or next week. I will be participating in the next marathon, which I believe is the 20th of the month. Where's my calendar? No, the 22nd. So the next marathon is going to be the Lauren, and I've made enough of those so I can deck it out and make it look good. And yeah, I'll just try and get on live or do whatever if I have a free time and project to do. So, yep, I'm shutting up now. I'm getting out of here. Bye.